Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first international conference of teacher training and education faculty of UKI Toraja. Welcome all the keynote speakers and all the participants. Before starting our seminar, I'd like to remind you all about some rules that we have to obey. Please rename your ID as like as you first registered. And the second one is please mute your mic. And the third one, we will take your register at the end of the session. To shorten the time, I'll invite Ms. Nilma Tauladi, SPD MPD, as our Master of Ceremony. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Judith Ratu Tandiarang. Shalom, Assalamualaikum, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we praise the God for His many blessings and mercy in our life, especially for this new day, for healthy body and healthy mind, so we can join in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present the first international seminar, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Kristen Indonesia Toraja, with the theme, Challenge, Obstacle, and Educational Strategy in a New Normal Era, 4th until 5th December 2020. It's being a great honor for me, Nilma Taulabi, to be here and welcome all of you in this conference. Before we proceed this event today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Excellency, Rector and all of the Vice Rectors of UKI Toraja, Excellency, the Dean and the Deputy of Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, UKI Toraja, Excellency, all of the speakers from 19 countries, and the Honorable, all of the participants in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, in this conference, we will follow several agendas. The first is opening prayer. The second, sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. The third is opening speech will be delivered by Director of UKI Toraja and officially open this conference. The fourth is main session. The fifth is break time. The sixth is the continued session. And the last is closing prayer for the first day in our conference. Honorable distinguished speakers and all of the participants, we will start our conference in pray that will be led by Ibu Pendeta Dr. Johanna Tangirerung MPH. We invite Ibu Pendeta Dr. Johanna Tangirerung MPD to lead us in pray. Time is yours. Ibu Pendeta Dr. Johanna Tangirerung will lead us in pray. Time's yours.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to offer prayers this morning. Brothers and sisters, this is a great moment. So that let us pray for the guidance of the God. I will lead this prayer in a Christian way. Let us pray. Our Father who is in heaven, a loving and merciful God, we are grateful for God's loyal love and all the inclusion of God in all of our lives, especially in our dedication to the world of education. Today, we will hold an activity, namely the international webinar organized by the Faculty of Teacher and Training and Education of UKI Toraja. This seminar was attended by several universities from various countries, including the Philippines, Vietnam, India, Bangladesh, Australia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Pakistan, and several higher education institutions from Indonesia. We know all our limitation. Therefore, we pray and ask God to bless all our activities, starting today and tomorrow. We pray for all speakers, participants, and committee members. Give them the enthusiasm, strength, and health so that they can do their respective duties. We also pray for the equipment and the internet network used in order to help this international seminar run well. You have dominion over our whole life, over this entire universe. Thank you, Lord. We give the seminar in your hand. Bless us, and we ask to bless all activity, especially today, to your merciful. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Ibu Pendeta Dr. Johanna Tangirerung MTH.
Yes,
And the
sir.
second agenda is Sing Indonesian Anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Aku berdiri.
Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku,
Bangsaku
Tuhan, bangga jiwanya.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the third agenda. We invite Bapak Dr. Octavianus Pasoloran, SE, MSI, AKCA, as Rector of UKI Toraja, to deliver his opening speech and officially open the first international seminar, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Kristen Indonesia Toraja. Time's yours.
Okay, thank you, Moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable keynote speaker of International Conference, the Honorable all the participants of International Conference. First of all, let's thank God the Almighty, who has been giving us His mercy and blessing until we can attend this international conference without any obstacle. I would like to say thanks for all of you in international conference that done by Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of Universitas Indonesia Toraja. Thank you for being here with us today. I would also express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, in this conference with the theme, highlight is challenger, obstacle, and education strategy in new normal era. Through this theme, we can discuss to each other to find out how to be exist in teaching, even now in pandemic era. Teaching in new normal needs creativity and technology to influence student motivation in learning process. Therefore, the teachers should be prepared their methodology and strategy in teaching through virtual. In nowadays, the teacher should be competent in using technology. However, every teacher teaches the topic learning by using media. As a good teacher should prepare strategy in teaching in pandemic era. However, in difficult situation, but we should be a good power of the student. In this conference, it attended 19 countries and 25 institutions in the world. Through this event, I hope I can be done every year for the future, and we can establish cooperation officially. Someday, if the situation will be good, I invite for all the keynote speakers in the conference coming Indonesia, especially in Tanah Toraja. Tanah Toraja is known as famous tourist object in Indonesia after Bali. Toraja known for its unique culture, such as funeral ceremony, cemetery, its amazing nature, and coffee. It's famous for its taste at the world level. Ladies and gentlemen, through this change, I would like to say thank you for the participants of keynote speakers and the participants from various countries. And finally, I obviously open this international conference in the peace of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Thank you for Bapak Dr. Octavianus Pasoloran, SAMSI AKCA, for the opening speech and officially open this conference. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, now we continue to the main session, and there are 4 sessions for today. The first session will be led by our moderator, Ibu Judith Ratu Tandiarang, MPD. First of all, allow me to introduce our moderator. Ibu Judith Ratu Tandiarang, MPD, is a lecturer at English Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Kristen Indonesia Toraja. I invite Ibu Judith Ratu Tandiarang, MPD, to lead this session. Time is yours.
Thank you very much to the MC who has given me a chance to lead this session, and welcome Honorable Mr. Chris Tisita, MAE, MSRE, to this session. Dr. Chris Sita. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Yes, good morning.
Yeah, how are you?
Fine.
Yeah, okay. So, Mr. Chris Tisita, MAED, MSR doctor, is lecturer in Department of Education, Province Philippines. And it's honorable for us, sir, that you are willing to be a part of this event. To shorten the time, I'll invite you to have some speech about your topic. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so is my presentation visible now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so again, good morning, and it's an honor again to be one of the keynote speakers in this international webinar, of course, by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Kristen Indonesia Toraja. So, some of my other qualifications. So I've been a keynote speaker in different international conferences, most especially in Indonesia. I think this will be my 12th or 13th time to be around or to be with Indonesian friends and university, and of course with other foreign participants. Okay, so the topic of my presentation will deal on
We do.
teaching techniques and approaches in distance learning. Okay, so this first picture, of course, is what we call the traditional classroom setup, where students are seated while the teacher facilitates the learning. Okay, so while the second picture indicates that education can be accessed using different gadgets and applications. So with the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, one of the sectors that is deeply affected is education. People and officials around the world have had to think of ways on how education will continue despite of the presence of the virus having no vaccine or cure yet. So every day, the number of positive cases are increasing, and hopefully by the end of the year, we'll be having a vaccine to cure or to stop this virus from spreading. And of course, stopping our learners to continue learning. Okay, so what is distance learning? So distance learning, as described in Britannica Encyclopedia, is a form of education in which, of course, the main elements include physical separation of teachers and students during instruction and the use of various technologies to facilitate student and teacher-students communication. So in an ordinary or in an online dictionary, it is defined as method of studying in which lectures are broadcast or classes are conducted by correspondence or over the internet without the students needing to attend a school or college, which is also called distance education. So this is also called distance education, e-learning, and online learning. Okay, so what are the advantages of having this distance learning or using distance learning? Of course, we have this. First one, of course, is so with this, benefits can be fit your learning around your work and home. So, and of course, your home life. You get to decide exactly when and where you're studying. You can gain a degree or continue studying anywhere or in any place. So, according to Handbook of Teaching and Learning, Online Communication, Community and Assessment by the University of Massachusetts faculty. So here are some of the advantages. Of course, for the first one is it offers the opportunity to think about teaching in new ways. So new strategies, new techniques, new form. So it's a new, actually this is not totally a new idea or perception or presentation because this has been used, but of course, with the limited resources, some are not able to use this one. Next, of course, is it provide ideas and techniques on implement or to implement in traditional courses. So from traditional courses, we try to uplift or try to improve our techniques using different technologies in distance learning. Of course, expand the reach of the curriculum. Instead of just teaching the students in the four corner of your classroom, you'll be able to broadcast or to reach out to as many as you can through the use of modern technology. Then professional satisfaction, because you will be satisfied. It means that you can do better or can do another form of teaching aside from the usual or the traditional classroom that you are into. And then of course, instructor convenience. It is very convenient because you will just be sitting in front of the computer in your home or wherever you are, and then you can continue teaching or, of course, sharing your ideas through the internet. Then for the students, of course, it's student-centered learning. More of the activities, or most of the activities, are for the students' development. Then, of course, for collaborative learning, although this is online or it's a distance learning, there still can be collaborative learning, or there can be collaboration between among the students and the learners. Easy access to global resources, because most of the learning materials and resources are found through the internet. Then experiential learning through multimedia presentations. Learners can be able to use the different multimedia presentations or multimedia presentation apps to be able to at least engage in this, what we call distance learning. And of course, it's accessible for non-traditional students, those learners who are not fond of having their class inside the classroom because they wanted to have a self-paced learning. And then it draws on students' interest in online learning, because most of the students now would like to have their learning through the use of different gadgets and through the internet. So there are challenges involved in distance education. So it is important that teachers use different strategies and techniques in order to overcome challenges and be able to at least establish a desirable and fruitful online learning experience for both the students and the teachers. Okay, what do we need to do before starting an online class? Of course, you need to first set up your physical workspace. Okay, so you must organize your digital workspace or workspace. How? Of course, you need to set this. So you have to clear your virtual desktop, remove all those icons from the startup menu that makes your system run slower, and then scan paper documents and organize them in folders for future use in your different class. And then, of course, you have to use clear file names, which are easy to recall so that you will not have hard time in looking or searching for them. And then organize folders for all the classes you teach so that you will not go from one item to another in searching for other materials. And then archive emails in folders labeled with course name and term. Then you have to create your shortcuts on your desktop for programs and folders and other websites you frequently used. Then, of course, a calendar, or use a calendar with deadlines and note priorities so that you'll be able to at least have a guide on what to do. Okay. So it is important that you start organizing your email, as it would be one of the most common tools that you would be using to communicate with your students. So you must also learn how to utilize your digital calendar to set a teaching schedule and prepare your online instructional materials. To continue, of course, in facilitating discussion. So we have the synchronous, the asynchronous, and hybrid. So when we talk about synchronous, this means that students or together with the facilitator discuss in one particular time. While asynchronous, so there are only activities given by the teacher or the moderator or the facilitator of learning to students, and the students will be doing the activity in their own pace. How about hybrid? So this is a combination of the synchronous and asynchronous, because sometimes internet connection or internet stability is a problem. So sometimes you need to provide asynchronous activity instead of synchronous ones. So next is keeping your students engaged in online learning. So this is one of the main problem, or one problem that we can have. So one definition of student engagement is the amount of type and intensity of investment students make in their educational experiences. So here are a few ideas for increasing and ensuring higher levels of students' engagements on online classes. First, we need to communicate in multiple formats. So there are different communication formats or applications that we can use to communicate to them. Next, we need to provide active learning opportunities. So we need to give a common misconception about online learning is that, of course, students only sit in front of their computers and listen to their instructors, moderator, or facilitators. That might be true, of course, if the course is designed that way. But one way to engage online learners is to get them out of their chairs, or even beds and get them involved in active learning. One definition of active learning is hands-on learning. So we need to provide activities for every student so that they will get to engage themselves. Then make learning social. So learn or make them interact with one another. So of course, making lectures are, of course, social media ways to spice up their courses and engage in topical learning. So considering adding a Twitter badge or giving them badges for every activity they have completed or for great participation. Next, gamify with badges and certificates. So we need to give badges and certificates for a well done job or a great participation for their efforts in participating course. Then we need to provide timely and useful feedback so that they will be able to know what have they done or what is their level or what progress they have achieved. And then there should be we need to add self-assessment opportunities or make them assess themselves on what have they done so far or have reached or what level they have been. Okay, and then improve course accessibility for all. By all means, we can have different opportunities for them to improve this accessibility for that, so that there will be no more time lapses, or it will be easy for them to at least get involved in different activities they are doing. So these are the 7 essential strategies in, of course, uh, new online distance teachers, for those teachers who are just starting to use this distance learning. One, of course, you must choose your online teaching platform wisely so that you'll get to have no problems in accessing this site. Then, of course, this must be accessible. Why accessible? So that it's easy for students and parents to use at home, because their home will be their school. And then equitable, it has printable activities for students, of course, without reliable internet or device access. It should be communicative so that students can talk directly to you as well as their peers. This might be by a live chat or a classroom or a discussion board. Should be monitorable so that you can stay informed of student activity and progress. So automated reporting is ideal with this one. And then the last one, it should be sustainable. So your online teaching platforms needs to be realistic in terms of solution that doesn't burn you out with undue amounts or any other forms of activities that are bold. Okay. Next one, of course, is learning management system. So what are learning management system? So this might be used by your schools. Okay, this could be Blackboard or Moodle. So they form a convenience base or homepage for all your learning content or curriculum aligned online programs such as Mathletics or Read Writer Spelling. So these are just some of the different learning management systems that you can use, or there could be cloud-based software that can help you engage your students into different activities. Then create a parent-teacher partnership for online teaching. So give them the overview of your activities, give a list of clear strategies for parents, okay, login details and other important matters regarding on how students or parents can access. And then deliver engaging online teaching content across multiple modes. So you can use, of course, scheduled live classes via Zoom or Skype, okay, via video lectures, okay. You can start a class blog or set activities with gamified online learning tools. Then structure your online teaching to create a sense of routine. So, of course, create specific places for different learning sources. And then, of course, make flexible learning. Okay, set weekly goals and targets. Engage with students daily. And then, of course, let your students talk to each other so that they can have their social time. So there should be discussion boards and forums, live chats again, of course, and the Zoom and the Skype are very useful, or WhatsApp applications for other countries. Schedule a weekly show and tell so that students will be able to at least give their feedbacks on what other activities they have gone through, and then peer review activities so that they can have student-to-student engagement and keep the relationship with their students strong. Upload the daily welcome to class video, record individual student feedback, and then of course check in with students who go AWOL or have time to check your students if they are almost out whenever you have your online classes or distance classes. Share your own experiences about education and keep the tone of your voice personable so that they will not be afraid of you. And then of course, the last part is be kind to yourself. Why? Because without you, this distance learning will not possible. So everything will be fine if you will be able to at least be kind to yourselves because health is wealth. So it is important that everyone should have a great engagement when it comes to distance learning. I know that distance learning is the only answer nowadays, especially with this pandemic. So distance learning will help us to at least provide our students with continuous education despite of our situations. Again, education should not stop. It should continue. So we have to engage into different technologies so that we'll be able to at least make ourselves go with the flow of education and with the situation. Again, this is your first speaker from the Philippines, Dr. Crisita, saying thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Mr. Chris. What a great speech. And we are in the there's questions from the participants. Questions from Dennis. He said that any best practice to incorporate active learning in the big classes?
Okay, so big classes is an issue. Of course, we should provide, of course, students with different activities. So with distance learning, of course, as I've said, you can choose whether it's purely synchronous, purely asynchronous, or a hybrid or combination of both the synchronous and asynchronous. So in the Philippines, especially in colleges, we follow the hybrid or combination of synchronous and asynchronous. So we need to provide online activities for students for synchronous, and then we need to also engage them in other activities for their offline classes or the asynchronous. So I think there is no best practice to engage students learning. It's only a matter of what fits the students' needs. So you can play with different strategies and try to find out which best fits your students' needs so that you'll be able to at least find a best one or a best activity for your students, because every country has their different needs. Of course, we need to consider the location of our students. And of course, the number one factor here is, of course, the internet stability. So I could not say synchronous is the best way because other countries have slow internet connections or, of course, Wi-Fi connection. So we need to consider different things: the location, the availability of materials, the gadgets that are available for the students to use. So we need to at least try to get into researching or searching, or of course, let's play with different strategies in engaging our learners to learn, even though we are in this pandemic or using the new normal setup of classroom. So
Okay.
there's no one size fits all dress to address all the needs of our students.
Okay. I hope the answer from Dr. Chris can answer your questions. Mr. Dennis, so I'd like to sum up your presentation for today that in distance learning, we have teachers should use strategies and techniques. The first one is how to prepare the teaching, like teaching online, and then the second one, how to facilitate the discussion, and the third one, how to engage the students, and also engaging distance learning. Parents are involved in this process, and also using the some platforms like Skype, and also the teacher should create a sense of routine to keep the students engaged for the distance learning, and also keep the relations with the students. Um, However, because every countries have different obstacles in distance learning, you said that there must be a synchronized between the students and the teachers and all environments. So it depends on the facilities that they use. Do you have some sum up, sir, before we end your session? Time is yours.
Uh, okay, so again, so we are in this pandemic, and yet we all know this is very important. This is one of the sector that is being given the big budget by our own governments, by different governments. This is a priority because without educating our citizens, our country will not progress. So it is important to continue education despite all of this obstacle we are into. I know the teachers are great teachers. We are who we are. We are made to make differences in the lives of our students. So let's just continue and help one another. So there are different strategies that you can search in the internet, or you can collaborate with different teachers from around the world by means of course, different organizations or different Facebook groups or Microsoft team groups. So we need to at least love and embrace technology, because technology nowadays will be our lifetime partner in delivering quality education. So again, thank you for the opportunity and terima kasih.
Yeah, you're welcome, sir. However, I see on our schedule we still have time for you. It's about 24 minutes, or do you have any schedule?
No, no schedule, just this one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have some questions, other questions from other participants. Um,
Okay.
what kind of hybrid? It's like a hybrid learning that you use during the pandemic, or
Okay,
what?
so during this pandemic, okay, so hybrid learning, so it's synchronous and asynchronous. Of course, during the synchronous phase, so students, you get to know your students. You have time to at least share your ideas together with all of the students. Then you need to provide an engaging activity so that all of your students will be able to participate. Of course, you can have a roll call. So take turns in calling them and answering the activity. While during asynchronous, of course, you need to provide also activities which will help them to at least do activities while they are not online. So still, they need to engage themselves in asking other classmates to collaborate with them and do activities. So this time, it doesn't mean that online or distance learning is only a matter of I will do it on my own. It's not that easy. So, or it's not that aspect or strategy. You can still collaborate and make the teaching and learning uh, a part of the social activity of the students. So they get to help others, and they will be given also help by other classmates. So providing different activities or varied activities will make the learning fun, and then at the same time interesting for them. So that is what I do in my hybrid learning, distance learning.
Thank you, sir. It seems that many participants are curious about this topic. The next question is from Sabiel. Sabiel said that in Indonesia, direct learning, I mean face-to-face, um, will be applied. However, only half of total number of students. In your own perception, how to combine the alternative learning or this mixed learning?
Okay, so another strategy that we are using, especially in our school, which is a public school, is of course we provide learners, those learners who are not able to at least go to school or have no internet connections. we provide them with modules or handouts of different activities, and then we just connect them, or we connect to them through the use of the mobile phones or the Facebook Messenger. And then the students can ask the teacher for clarifications, and then the teacher can also ask the students of how they are doing. So maybe in your case also, I know Indonesia is also just like the Philippines, which is consists of many islands or separated islands. So problem also with the internet connection. So I think
Yeah.
we can also provide students with modules or handouts or printed materials, so that those students who could not really connect to the internet will still continue their education. So Facebook and WhatsApp, it's very important nowadays, especially in the teaching and learning process.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I hope, Sabil, that's the answer from Mr. Sita. There's another question, sir, from Carnisius. Carnisius said, the term of hybrid learning is the same as blended learning.
It is somewhat blended learning. Yes, yes, yes. We just use the hybrid learning because it's a combination. It's a new term, but still, blended learning and hybrid learning are almost the same.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I hope, Canisius, it's answer your questions. Um, okay. So how about in Philippines, sir? And some of my question is, how about in Philippines about the opticals in higher education? What is the dominant opticals that you faced with your students?
Okay, so in the higher education, of course, again, the primary problem is the internet. Sometimes you are having your class online, students just uh, automatically leave your class because of they were disconnected, and
Yeah,
sometimes I myself is being disconnected from the class.
yeah,
So it's a big deal to have a good internet connection, because that is the primary source of connectivity from you to your students. So again, that's why in the Philippines there is no pure online learning or synchronous distance learning. It's still, most of it are combination of the synchronous and asynchronous, because again and again, problem with the internet is a major problem, especially when it rains, or when the sky is cloudy, or if there are typhoons. So you can really cannot connect easily to the internet and have your class online because of these problems. So we need to really have a good internet connection.
yeah.
I've been to Indonesia already, and I know Indonesia is just like the Philippines.
Yeah, that's right, sir. Okay, there's another questions from Dennis Ratan. It's from again from Dennis. He said, "Do you have suggestion for engaging student in hybrid classroom if the person students don't log in the Zoom or have access to technology?"
Okay, so if students are really have or do have this access to different technology, then of course you have to provide them with different activities using different technologies, so that at least they will be able to engage themselves in a meaningful and resourceful way. Uh, Making them engage, of course, is depending on what activity you've done. And then another thing is, of course, if we teachers are setting up our workspace, then students should also set up their own workspace at home. So they need to provide a corner of their house, so that they will not be able to at least feel that they are just at home, so that they will feel they are still in school. So we need to provide a particular space or place in our home or in their homes, which is only intended for learning. Because if you will have your if you set up your laptop in your dining room, so you will just end up eating and eating and eating. So if you will set up your laptops in front of your television, you will just end up watching what is being viewed in the television instead of concentrating on the lessons that your teacher is presenting. So I think it's better to at least have a particular space and set it like you are in the classroom. I don't suggest having your class in your bed because you will just feel sleepy. So
Yeah.
those are just some of the suggestions to make your learners engage. So try to set up also the setup or the classroom setup at home.
Okay. I hope the answer from Mr. Sita can answer your questions, Janice Ratan. Um, yeah, no more questions here, sir. So again, I'd like to sum up your presentation that the most important things in engaging the students in distance learning, that how to set up the place. So you do your best as a teacher to set up your your place as like a classroom setup, and also what your students need. So it's not talking about what kind of platform do you use, but is it's that kind of platform you use can fulfill the students' need. And also teachers, students, and parents should cooperate together to make the the purpose of the aim of the lessons can be achieved. So what a great pleasure, sir, to be your moderator this morning, and what a wonderful knowledge that we can learn from your presentation. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sita. I hope, and I'm looking forward to see you in another conference, and I hope we can meet another conference at UKI Toraja. And thank you very much, sir. Have a great
Thank you
day.
very much. Pleasure. Terima kasih.
Sama-sama. Good morning, Dr. Justoni. How are you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's very clear. Is it okay that we stick on schedule? So we will start your session in 8 minutes.
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah, okay. Can we start your presentation in 7 minutes? So we stick on schedule. Is that okay?
No problem.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir.
enigmatic, beyond transcendental. Toraja. Breathtaking landscape, home of the mighty buffaloes. Picturesque villages, untouched by modern life. Upholding old traditions. Displayed in crafts and feasts. Incredibly preserved. Remarkable funeral rites. Where the king's family comes together from all over the world. A magical celebration of an eternal journey to the afterlife. An ancient way of life celebrated. And beyond Toraja, in Sulawesi, there is a myriad of marvels. From prehistoric megaliths to the race of a lifetime. A feast of the senses. Endless stream of excitement. A never-ending adventure in Sulawesi. Wonderful Indonesia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome our next keynote speaker is Dr. Jestoni Pekarprio. He works at Department of Education, Philippines. To shorten the time, I'll invite Dr. Jestoni Pekarprio to present the presentation. Time is yours, sir.
Wait for a while. I'll set up my. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's very clear, sir.
Thank you so much. Hello.
We can hear. It's clear.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum to our dearest organizers, participants, and fellow educators in Indonesia and throughout the world. Specifically to all the educators at Universitas Kristen Indonesia Toraja. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It is an honor and pleasure to be given the chance and to be invited as one of your keynote speakers in this international webinar. I am Dr. Jasoni P. Carpio, and I look forward that my humble sharing today will lead to your learning. To be honest with you, I was supposed to discuss the same topic as with Dr. Chris Zita, for that is something that is timely and relevant also that is happening in our country, the Philippines. However, I thought of sharing with you something that is also affected by this pandemic. Later on, you would find out. Well, to formally continue with my presentation, allow me to give you certain information about me. So once again, I'm Dr. Jasoni P. Carpio, and these are some of my backgrounds and achievements in terms of academics. Like our previous speaker, I have also been invited for keynote speakership in different conferences in Indonesia and in other countries also. And on this slide, you can see some of my awards and achievements. Likewise, my affiliations in previous organizations, also my position and workplaces and positions that I handle. Now, let's proceed. Allow me to ask everybody or all the attendees in here this question. What has made you busy since the start of this pandemic era? So you may answer you by answering this question. There are two ways as to how you could do it. Either you type in your answers, or you may just ponder on the given question. Once again, you may type in your answers. All right, so I can see certain answers. Well, probably thank you so much to those who responded to these questions. Well, probably if we're going to be synthesizing all your answers, we could come up with this one, or with this collage. This probably is the conglomeration of all your responses or answers. Now, what has made you busy since the start of this pandemic era? Let's talk about each of them. Well, probably some of you became busy strengthening your spiritual dimension. Others spent their time with their families. Others did physical activities or physical fitness. Others used the time to beautify themselves. Fellow educators probably use the time because you know for the fact that this pandemic also affected even the the conditions in the workplaces. There are many who have been removed from their positions or who have been displaced. So they use the time for job searching, and others use the time for extra income, probably through online selling. Still others use the time for playing computer games or mobile games, in which if you're an expert on this, you could also earn certain income. And also some others, like educators, use the time to utilize social media, probably through using Facebook, and also the one that is very much used, which is TikTok. Or they use the social media for blogging or vlogging, in which later on they could also earn certain income. Others use the time to do humanitarian works, probably through doing outreach activities. Others also spend their time wisely by enrolling themselves in trainings or probably through continuing professional development by enrolling themselves in graduate schools. And then others use the time wisely by reading different materials, such as academic and non academic materials, for them to probably learn something new, to clarify concepts that they already have, or probably to entertain themselves by reading non-academic texts. And in this one, you might be wondering why this one is included. Why are there question marks in here? Ladies and gentlemen, everything is still uncertain because of pandemic. We do not know what will happen. We do not know whether we are going back to the traditional practices we had, or we are moving to another chapter in which we will really call it as the permanent new normal. And if you could notice the last pictures, these are actually situations that definitely bind or unite us educators, because these are things that are common among us. And as we code these pictures, these two, we could probably code them as studying and researching. Now, you might be wondering why these words actually overlap the three pictures, because even in studying or researching in this moment or in this pandemic era, everything is still uncertain. And now the question is, how do we actualize research writing in pandemic or post-pandemic era? Are we are we going to stop because this pandemic is something that we consider as a hindrance, or are we going to continue pursuing our research and we see the situation with silver lining, as in we consider the challenge as opportunities for us to continue and to grow? So this is the question that you might be reflecting on, and probably will be answered by my humble sharing with you. And also, you have to remember that according to Neil Armstrong, research is considered important because it is a way for us to create new knowledge. Therefore, despite the pandemic, it gives us an idea that research must still continue so that other knowledge or new knowledge would still be created. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to discuss with you penning empirical researches in education, challenges and opportunities in pandemic and post-pandemic era. Once again, I'm Dr. Jason P. Carpio. And um, I usually start my presentation by sharing among my audience the objective so that they would be guided as regards to the things that they would find out with my presentation. And these are the things that you will encounter in my presentation. You may just go over. All right. So after sharing with you the objectives and you are now given the directions, it is but proper on my part to begin our discussion on research. I know that this topic is not new to you, but ladies and gentlemen, I would like to emphasize that it's not only education that is impacted or affected by this pandemic, even research or how we do research is also affected. And I'm here to share with you some of my experiences with regard to research writing in pandemic or even in post-pandemic era. And to formally continue my presentation on research or the concept of research, allow me to share with you first or to clarify concepts, which are the two types of research activities. And according to Ward et al., there are two types of research activities that we perform. We have the library research and empirical research. And to clarify further, when we say types of research activities, we do not refer to quantitative, qualitative, or when you combine the two, we have the so-called mixed methods research, because two types of research activities refer to library and empirical research, and the three that I mentioned earlier actually are considered as approaches in research. Now, Ward et al. 2014 defined library research as an activity which involves a paradigm shift from knowing the topic to reading academic texts to simple academic writing or writing an essay. If you could notice also, this first type of research activity is easier as compared to the second one, because this is what we do when we prepare our assignment, when we work on our literature review, or when we do our our report, or when we are trying to accomplish our project. So you see here, from reading and then writing. These are the process involved in library research. On the other hand, Ward et al. Also defined empirical research as an activity that involves the paradigm shift from knowing the topic to reading academic texts to methodological or scientific actions or rigorous academic writing, which we call as pure research or applied research. And comparing this with the previous one, we could conclude that this one is more difficult research activity. And this actually what we do as part of finishing our course or degree, probably, or an activity that we are required to do so that we could graduate or finish a certain degree or a program. So in here we do pure research and applied research. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the two types of research activities. Likewise, let's talk about the general characteristics of empirical research. We have purposive, scientific, and systematic. And according to Barot and Sipasio 2016, when you say purposive, this is something that sets the direction for the researcher. Because it's very important on the part of the researcher to know first the reason or the rationale behind why he or she is conducting the study. Otherwise, it would just be wasting time, effort, and energy working on a topic wherein it does not have the direction. Purposive, meaning aims or goals of research. And then scientific, meaning to say factual or truthful. It just means that whatever we do or whatever we include in our paper must be based on reality. Therefore, a researcher is not allowed to manipulate data, despite the fact that the result is something that is contrary to what we are expecting, then we could not afford but to accept it because that's the factual or real data that we gather. Scientific, factual, reality, something that can be verified or something that is valid. And then third one is systematic in a sense that when you say research, definitely it follows methods or steps. For example, it's very impossible for one to immediately gather the data without first being able to conceptualize the topic or identify the problem. Because remember, the topic and the problem are the ones that the researcher will be answering or will be solving by doing the research. Therefore, systematic, it follows certain steps or methods. So these are the general characteristics of empirical research according to Parot and Sipasio. And this time, it's also important for us to refresh ourselves with regard to the basic process of how we do empirical research. But I would just highlight the parts or the step that is very much affected by the pandemic. As what I told you earlier, the way on how we work on our research is also affected by the situation, by this pandemic. So let's have the first. Even the beginning, or number one, is conceptualizing the topic. Is also affected by this pandemic in a sense that the topic that we will be selecting must be based on timely and relevant situation. Remember that when you as a researcher is trying to conceptualize the topic, which is a beginning step, you have to consider certain criteria such as is the topic specific? Is the topic timely? Is this topic I'm conceptualizing relevant? Is this challenging? Is this significant? Most importantly, is the topic feasible in a sense that it is anchored on your time? For example, if it has to be finished within certain months or for one sem or for one school year, could I finish this topic with that particular time framework? Or is this anchored on my financial capacity? Because you have to remember also that when you do research or when you are researching, you'll be spending certain amount. That's the reality. And also the third one under feasibility is this topic anchored on my skills and capacity? Otherwise, if it's not anchored on your capacity, if you could not perform or do it, you might be ending up not finishing the paper at all. So you also have to consider those ones. Feasibility. And also, since we're talking about topics here or topic conceptualization, let me share with you some topics that you might work on during this pandemic era or even after the pandemic era. What are these timely topics for empirical research and education? So you may work on the following. You may work on the effects of pandemic too and preparedness on probably the educators in terms of curriculum, learning resources, learning delivery, assessment, technology in education, TPAKE or technology, pedagogy, and content knowledge and expertise of educators and learners. So you might work on the following. How prepared is your country or your educators in terms of the following aspects? And then transitioning from pandemic era to post-pandemic era, you might work on the following, which is the assessment on the effectiveness of the modified or probably the newly made curriculum, learning resources, learning delivery or learning delivery modalities, assessment, technology in education, tipake of educators and learners. I firmly believe even in your country, these aspects of education that I'm sharing with you at the moment have also been changed or modified in one way or the other, or this one. But if you could notice in here, there are also question marks because it only means one thing, that after pandemic, as what I mentioned earlier, everything is still uncertain. Because mind you, this pandemic actually provided us uncertainty. We are not sure of what will happen. We are not sure whether we are going back to the old practices we had, or probably we are moving to a new chapter of our lives as educators. So that's it. Or other topics that you might work on, still relevant or accepted. You may work on learner diversity and student inclusion, since this one is also a timely topic because discrimination is still experienced even even at this moment. So learn diversity and inclusion, content and pedagogy of the program, assessment and how you report the data after conducting assessment. Or you may also work on 21st century skills such as communication skills, collaboration skills, critical thinking and creativity of our students and our educators. You may also work on ICT integration in instruction and assessment. As mentioned earlier by Mr. Zita, technology really plays its vital role as to how we deliver curriculum or how we do education. So we may consider the value of technology. And then we
Excuse me,
have,
sir, for
yes,
yeah, it's 5 more minutes to end your presentation. Sorry.
and you may also work on curriculum contextualization, localization and indigenization, community linkages to support curriculum. Also important for you to think that the community where the school is located also plays a vital role as to how they could effectively support and deliver curriculum. Sometimes if the school doesn't have enough resources, they might get it from the community. And then professional growth of educators, because we could not go to certain seminars that is probably organized by certain organizations, just like what we are doing at the moment. We are doing it online or in in a virtual world. We are not seeing each other face to face, or we are not together as we do this one. Or emerging and urgent issues and concerns affecting teaching and learning. I will be skipping some other processes because um, upon checking the time, I only have very limited minutes. So I'll proceed to the ones that are highly affected. The way on how we gather data is highly affected by this pandemic. In the case of the Philippines, we have this government protocols wherein we are not really allowed to go to certain place. Depending upon the number of cases, for example, in our city, uh, we are not freely allowed to go to school where we could gather the data for our research. And so in my case, when I was still working on my data gathering sometime in February this year, because I finished my doctorate this May only. So I had to gather the data utilizing technology. So you can see really the value of technology and the role it plays as to how it will simplify or how it will help you realize or actualize your research writing. So how did I gather the data? I utilize certain platforms just like Zoom, doing video conferencing to be able to interview my participants, and also I used Google Sheet to be able to gather data through a survey questionnaire using Google Form. So even the way on how we gather data is also affected by this pandemic. And then sharing the research is also affected, just like what we are doing. Some of us are sharing our research outputs. We are not sharing it in a face-to-face way, but we are doing it online or in a virtual world. What else about sharing? Aside from doing online conferences or virtual conferences, we may share our research outputs or research work by publishing it in a reputable online journal. Take a look at my words. I used reputable online journal, or the word reputable, in a sense that we have the so-called predatory journal, or the ones that require payment. So this is the genetic parts of a research output that can be published in a journal. It only contains the following parts. With its subparts, we have introduction, methodology, results, and discussion. Now this time, the slide shows you the generic process as to how you publish your paper in a journal. And then along the way, proofreading and editing may happen, just like if you're done with your topic conceptualization and you let somebody, your teacher, probably check your topic, or you let your teacher approve your topic, then proofreading might and editing might happen right after that one. Because the general notion or the common error among researchers is that proofreading and editing only happens at the last part, when in fact this can happen in between or right after each of the steps.
Excuse me, sir. It's time is up.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
So I skipped other parts. With that, let me share with you, or let me end my presentation by sharing with you this statement that before, during, and even after these trials, opportunities were, are, and will be around. And I hope that you see the situation or the challenge as opportunities for you to still continue doing your research. With that, thank you, fellow educators.
Uh, thank you very much, sir. What a great presentation about doing the research during the pandemic. And we have a questions from a participant. Um, the quality, he asks about the quality of empirical research in pandemic area. And what is your opinion about the quality of doing research in this pandemic era? So,
Thank you so much for the question, Sir Ronnie. In terms of the quality, well, it depends upon the research design that you will be using. For example, if you wish to work on a qualitative research, specifically with the design which is ethnographic research design, then the quality is at stake. If we check on the concept of em- ethnographic research as a type of qualitative research, it requires the researcher to gather data by immersing himself or herself. Remember what I said a while ago. The researcher, or there are certain protocols or policies where we are not allowed to go to a particular place. So if you would insist on working on ethnographic research despite the fact that you are not allowed to immerse yourself or to go to that particular place to gather data, then the quality will be at stake. So you have to think first, or to think also, of the design that you will be using. Because the designs that, to be honest with you, the pandemic also limits the design that we could utilize. And if I'm not mistaken as well, upon checking, the common research designs that have been done in the education setting is more of survey descriptive design, because that's the easiest way as to how we can effectively perform or actualize our research writing.
Thank you, sir. What a great explanation, and it's a valuable knowledge for us. Let me sum up your presentation. So during this pandemic, during this pandemic, while doing the research, we need to read and write more, especially for empirical research, that it is based on fact and realities and should be done systematically. However, because it's the pandemic, so we need to use more ICT to help us how to get a data and how to assess all the data. And also in this pandemic, we can improve our professional growth, and we need to use the ICT to help us to get deep data. And also we can use the virtual platform to share our research, like what we are doing now, that you share your knowledge by virtual conference. And also, the last but not least, that the descriptive research design is the most helpful in this pandemic. Do you have any addition, sir, to end up this your presentation? Time is yours.
Actually, no additional because I was supposed to share a lot, but the time is very limited. However, I would like to say terima kasih to the organizers of this virtual international webinar because this really will provide us the venue or opportunity for us to learn something new or to relearn or unlearn things that we know probably. And I would like to thank also, aside from the organizers, our participants for actively participating in this event. I would like to greet my fellow Filipinos and to congratulate my fellow Filipinos who will also present their research works or their topics through this international webinar.
Thank you very much, sir. And we are looking forward to see you in real life, in the real conference. And we hope to you have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I'll go back the session to MC, to Miss Nilma Toladi. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for both of our keynote speakers in the first session and our moderator, Ms. Judith Ratu Tandiarang, MPD. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in this first session, there are three keynote speakers more, and I invite Mr. Marcus Deli Girik Alo, MPD, as a moderator to continue this session. Mr. Marcus Deli Girik Alo, MPD, also as a lecturer at English Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Toraja. Time's yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dilma, MC. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the third keynote speaker in this session is Mr. Regulus Argulis GR. Hello, Pastor. Hi, Pastor Regulus Argulis. Are you ready to deliver your presentation? Um, Ms. Nilma Tolabi, it seems that Pastor Regulus Argulis GR is not still in this seminar, so I'll be give you a chance to handle this session. Ibu Nilma?
Yeah, you can continue for the next speaker.
Siapa? Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that speaker pastor is still not in this room, so we will continue to the fourth keynote speaker is Dr. Ronald S. Piculanan. Um, Dr. Ronald, are you ready to deliver your presentation?
Yes, dear, I'm here. Thank
Dr.
you.
Ronald, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
Oh, are you ready to deliver your presentations? Have you set up your devices and preparing your presentation?
Yes, sir. But allow me not to use my camera just because if I'm going to use it, I can use it, but the background is not good enough. So
Oh,
what you will find out, notice that my face is being covered with the background. I could not be able to do it well. So let me remove the background of the, is that okay? Of the conference.
sir. Never mind. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker in this session is Dr. Renal Supikulan from University of Makati, Philippines.
Okay.
I just reminded that I like to give the time for each speaker for Dr. Ronald about 15 minutes to present the presentation and 5 minutes for question and answer. So now I'm going to welcome the first keynote speaker, His Excellency Dr. Ronald S. Peculanan, to deliver his presentation. So time is yours, Dr. Ronald.
Okay, once again, good morning to the organizer and to all the participants. So let me share my screen. So since that I have only 15 minutes, so hopefully that I could be able to finish this in the right time. Okay, I guess that you can see my screen already. Hello, dear. Can you see my screen now?
Okay, Dr. Ronald,
Yes, sir.
sorry, you can use about 20 minutes to present your presentations because there are several keynote speakers that it seems that is not in this room.
Okay.
Well,
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
yeah, anytime, sir.
So my topic is all about the practical guide for ICT in research for teachers and students in the new normal era. So in the previous two speaker, they discuss all about already what is research and the types of research. So I'm going to continue the topic all about research, but this one is only a
Ini
practical
ayo,
guide for research.
bisa komisit tapi
Can
panda ko tahu. Ada Ji ko download kemarin.
can you hear me? So I'm Ronel Dr. S. Paculanan from the University of Makati. Okay, so the outline that I'm going to discuss for today is all about part one, introduction to research, possible research area sources, ICT trend in research, and there are some supporting tools in the research cycle. Okay, so let me define again what is research. So a while ago, they defined research already. So what is your research? This is a systematically process of collecting, analyzing, okay, and interpreting information data. So to increase our understanding of a phenomenon about which we are interested or concerned to solve problems and contribute to people overall quality of life and general welfare. So there are lots of example of research. So what we can see here is the formal research expect to communicate, disseminate what we discover to the larger scientific community. So in this research, notice that we can collect a lot of data and after that to analyze and to interpret from the collecting and analyzing data. So we are contributing something to the community when we do research. So we are solving something that the community could be able to uh, grasp this thing, and at the same time, they can use a lot of things from your research. So there are two types of research, basic research and applied research, but I'm not going to discuss this and elaborate these things now, so because of time. So what you can see in my part, since that I am information technology, so this is always, my research is always applied in applied research. So this is practical researcher has limited control of the research setting, and the new product is always been implemented, wherein there is tools, device, process, and service that we may able to brought out to the community when we do apply the research. So there are two types of research. Actually, there are three, but what you can see here is only two. So we have the quantitative and qualitative research. So we all know and we are familiar with the quantitative and qualitative. When we say quantitative research involve measure of outcome using numerical data under standardized condition, while the use of the qualitative research is only concerned with a narrative information under less structured control that often takes the research content into the account. So these are the difference between the two, the qualitative data or research and the quantitative data. We all know when we say qualitative, this describe the object by words, picture, observations, and symbol. When we say quantitative, we all know that this is number and statistic. So let me do some example or give you some example when we say what is qualitative data with what you can see here from the picture. Qualitative is only by describing excellent, very good, good, average is, or poor is an example of what we call qualitative research. While quantitative research, notice that there is a bar graph or numbers that we may now able to identify that this is a quantitative research. So another example is the bookshelf wherein we are only describing what is the book, while when we say quantitative data or research, this bookshelf is all about numerical data wherein this describe the height of the bookcase. Like for example, 3 feet tall, there are 15 books, 3 shelves, and 2 cabinets. So these are the difference between the quantitative and the qualitative. So reason for doing research, of course, to add to the body of knowledge, to solve a problem, to find out what's happened. Okay, to develop a greater understanding of people of their world, to contribute to other people well-being, to come up with a better way, and to create more interesting in the research. So these are some reason for doing a research. So it is very important that we can solve something when we do a research. And we may also add something to the community or to the body of knowledge every time we do a research. So it is good enough when we do a lot of outcome or what we say we can contribute something to the community. And after that, notice that this research can be done with other researcher again and to improve what is your research. So the outcome of the research has a new or improved product, new or improved research tool or techniques. So like for example, when we use of cell phone before, that is only talk and text, we can call, we can text, but nowadays there are a lot of improvement to that product wherein there added features like video, music, internet, games. So in that case, they improved the product already. So a lot of things happen to that cell phone wherein we could now be able to use this for doing a lot of things. So regarding with research, so these are the content of the research or the format for research publication. So we all know that there is an introduction, background of the study, so ending with a problem statement. So why it is important to study that certain topic. What is the problem being investigated? So also there is an objective of the study, scope and delimitation or limitation of the study, since that the study is not yet done, so we are using still the word limitation. And then we also have a review of related literature. So this one is those product or research has been done already. So we are doing this to have a connection to that particular research. So methodology, participants, instrument, procedure has been used to that particular research. So we're in especially in information technology, we are using different types of methodology to develop software or to develop what we call the robots, AI, and the rest. Analysis, what are the results? What did the data indicated? So we may use of evaluation for this to analyze the things that we are doing for your project or research. And of course, we can find solution or result regarding with this. So we may now able to recommend if that particular project is really good enough to use in our society. So sources of research idea. So number one, we have the global science. Okay, Global Science Daily, your source for the latest research news. So these are the topic that we may now able to do some research. So this is also under international or national. So we have the health, technology, environment, society, and quirky. So these are the topic that we may able to have a research or to do some research and to have an output, of course. So another one is a sustainable development goal. Okay, so in this one, we are in the Philippines. So I'm in the Philippines. So we can now have some of the topic from the local government, like National Economic and Development Authority. This is called as NEDA. So they are having an ambition natin 2040. So this ambition natin 2040 represent the collective long-term vision and inspiration of the Filipino people for themselves and for the country in the next 25 years. It describes the kind of life that people wants to live and how the country will be by 2040. So there are a lot of what we call the research that we may able to produce from NEDA. The same thing with DOST or Department of Science and Technology. So these are only some suggestions that we may able to do some research. So research is very important also in the Philippines, not only in other country, but we are finding solutions from that particular problem that we encounter for that particular topic. So like for example, under Malasakit, we have water security, food and nutrition security, and health sufficiency. So under the clean energy and sustainable community and pagbabago, we have the inclusive nation building. So these are some Okay, this is another part of the OST. So there are, or there, so what you can see from the given slides, there is a for that particular from the Department of Science and discussions or some suggestions regarding with topic of that particular research. So of course, in your institutional or your schools, colleges, and universities, there are a lot of what we called topic that they can give you to do a research. So like for example, the climate change, the information system and communication technology. These are only a few topic from your schools and institutional. So each of schools that we are in right now, they have topic for research. So ICT trends in research. So these are the top 10. So we all know that the IoT or information of things is being always used in doing research, including the artificial intelligence and virtual reality automations and the rest of these, including analytics, voice technology, blockchain, and the cybersecurity. Some of these also is gamification, AI-based learning, e-learning, and geomappings. So the BR, the same thing with AR is a bringing you to a reality we can able to see things inside of VR or virtual reality, the same thing with augmented reality. So they are bringing you into life. So we can see a lot of things there inside when we use of virtual reality. So I know that you are all familiar with this virtual reality and augmented reality. So again, these are some topic under the information technology and computer science latest technology. So if you want to develop under this topic or what we call field, we may use of software development and Turing, mobile computing system, expert system, and decision support. So these are the ICT tools in research that we may now able to use in doing research. So what can ICT offers to research? So what you can see here is the research under the ICT is 24/7 can be accessed to materials and support. So because internet is 24/7 operating. So encourage the development of an independent research culture and enable more engaging materials to be created for a range of abilities and prepared learning styles. So ICT tools in the research cycle, there are, I think, I have 6 here. So let me go to the first. Okay, so we have discovery to generate an idea, contextualize challenges, and able to do research. So first thing, of course, we just need to find out your concern and your ideas regarding uh, your research. So what topic that we need to do. So of course, we can use what we call, okay, search engine for scientific and academic research. So these are some of the search engine for looking for a particular research that we may now able to create in doing that research or a research. Of course, we have the Google Scholar. So we all know what is Google Scholar already, wherein a lot of people or researcher publishes their works here. So if you do a lot of what we call the related literature, so we can look and use the Google Scholar. So besides from the Google Scholar, so we may also use of, okay, Sparrow. So Sparrow is another a lot of what we call research wherein citation is there, aggregation is also there. So I'm going to give you only some website that we may able to look for that particular research. So Microsoft Academic is sorry, I'm disconnected because of my internet. Let me share my screen.
Well, just join on the tutorial. It's
Okay,
very clear here.
okay. So let me, okay. So again, we are still on the discovery wherein we may now able to look for some of the journal also like Scopus, IEEE, Science Direct, and the rest. Okay. So another thing are the sites here, BioLine International gets cited and the rest of this. So we can also use of the biohunter ssrn depth deep. So besides from this, I guess that you can still hear me. So let's have some plan, develop a proposal. So we will be doing now the proposal. So in that proposal, we can have also a grant. So if you need a grant to do a research, especially in terms of ICT, because we are developing something new to be used in the community. So like for example, robots. So we may able to do a grant for this. So these are some of the agencies that we may now able to look for a grant. So we have the Trello. So Trello is okay, a website that we may now able to look for a grant and at the same time with okay. So GitHub is another one. So we also have Zooniverse. So wherein we could able to plan your research and to get also Mendeley is another one, but in the Philippines. So this one is in the Philippines wherein we can look for a grant or support financially from the government. So like CHED, DOST, or Department of Science and Technology, NEDA, United Nations. So these are the agencies that they are providing grant for research organization. So if you really want to do a output research, so we may go to these different local organizations so for us to do a grant. Okay. So next. So we all know what is G Suite. So this one is a applications that we may work on for your collaboration research, such as when we do of Google Documents, Sheets, Calendar, Drive Forms, and the rest of these. Okay, let's move on. So number three, analysis. So when we say analysis, we are done doing with getting information already. So we are done with the objectives and the limitation scope of your study. So we will now doing some of the interpretations regarding with your research. So it's very important to use a software application in collecting and performing analysis of your research or data. So we have the row graphs. Okay, row graphs is one of the analysis data that we may now able to use for interpretation. So the same thing with data wrapper. SPSS is another thing. So this is okay. So a statistic program provide a plethora of basic statistical functions, some of which include frequencies, cross tabulations, and favorite statistics. Okay, the same thing. Of course, we have what we call, okay. So ANOVA is one of them, which is an example that we may able to use for SPSS. So the very popular thing for us to use in okay, analyzing data is what we called Excel. So in Excel, we can use of regression in Excel. The same thing with the descriptive statistics, also ANOVA. So another one is our OpenSci. So available data, Open Data Philippines and Google Data Set Search. So in these two website, we may now able to get some data that we may able to analyze it. So Google Form is used for evaluation. So it is very important to use the evaluation form in your research. So one of the okay, software that we may able to use in evaluating is the Google form. It was mentioned this by Dr. Carpio a while ago. So the next is number four. So number four is writing document research findings. So what? Okay. So referencing tool that we may able to use. Okay, so we can use this for uh, collaborating tool. The same thing if you want to correct everything regarding with your grammar. The same thing with plagiarism is part of this. Okay, Mendeley is a pre-reference manager that can help you collect references. So if you want to do another references for your research, we can do this website. Okay, so Google Scholar is another one. Sotero is another one because of time. So let me have, okay, my presentation so fast. So Overleaf is another one. So Oteria is another one, followed by, okay, Tortunin. So we are familiar with this. This is a plagiarism software or website that we may able to find out how many percentage being copied from that particular research. So mostly they are only allowing us to have only 10% plagiarism of your research. So the same thing with PlugScan. Okay. And Grammarly is allowing us to use for a correcting your grammar and wrong spelling. Okay. So next part is dissemination. Okay, ResearchGate is allowing us to disseminate. So we may now able to have where we can publish your research or journal. So academia is another one. So this is American commercial social networking website for academics. So the website allows it users to create a profile, upload their works, and select area of interest. So I guess that some of us has the account under this website or application. So this is called as academia. Okay, another one is Kudos. So to help research accelerate the reach and impact of their works. So another one is SJR. So we go now to the assessment. So monitor and evaluate the project. So we are now monitoring and evaluating the project. So if you are done to publish your research, we can monitor your research. So how many researcher uh, cited your research already? So these are Google Scholar, Popcorn, ResearchGate, Altmetrics, and the rest. So there are a lot of tools in doing research. So we have the 405 or 400 plus tools and the innovations in scholarly communications in doing research. So these are the website or applications that we may able to do research. Okay. So thank you for listening. So if there are some questions, we are open for the Q&A now.
Um, hi, Mr. Ronald.
Yes,
Here.
dear.
Yeah. Thank you very much for Dr. Ronald Sabikulan for giving such informative and interesting presentation. So now we come to question and answer session. But before going on, uh, Dr. Ronald Speculations have dealt with the research, particularly in ICT tools in research cycles. So
Yes, sir.
researchers can use such regraphs, SPSS, and Excel to analyze the data. And for reference manager, researcher may use such Mendeley, Citero, and EndNote and other reference manager. And for software, we can use Turnitin and Grammarly for checking plagiarism and Grammarly check. And For overall, we can use some ICT to help a researcher conduct a research in their field. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to question and answer session. So, uh, now I have already had several questionnaires here. Uh, Dr. Ronald, the first question
Yes, dear.
from Lily. He said that the findings of the research that we do is more current as compared to the previous studies. Hence, what is the justification for the comparison of the findings to those the past studies in this discussion chapter? Time is yours, Dr. Ronald.
Okay.
Uh,
Regarding with the findings of some of the research, so there are a lot of what we called software applications, because the one that I'm discussing is all about the ICT tools that we may now able to use for, okay, developing a research. So findings is one part of the research wherein we may able to use some of the website for this and to compare what will be your uh, findings, if that will be accepted or not through the use of analysis data. Yes, dear.
well,
Back to
um,
you, Sir Marcos.
yeah. The next question from Miss Judith Ratu. Uh, he stated that the findings of the research, what they do is more current as compared to the previous studies. Itself handles here. Yeah. Dr. Reynolds, there's only one question in this session provided by the participant. So may you have summing up your presentations about ICT, particular in this research.
So to sum up everything regarding of what I discussed, so I discussed some of the website for doing research that the researcher can help in finding more research, in using more research, and at the same time in publishing your research.
Ah, saya bagus sih. Hello, Dr. Ronald. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The condition is the light is up, so we have prepared several devices to get the normal. Uh, the light is off here, so it influences the presentation.
Hel- hel-
Hello, Dr. Ronald.
Yes, dear.
We are very sorry for just this condition because the light itself and influence the connections of internet here.
Yes, dear.
Okay, you can proceed to summing up your presentations about ICT. Please, Dr. Ronald.
Yes, dear. My discussion, this is not a research. So there is, I read some of the chat. So once again, so I just only to discuss some ideas where we can use website in doing research. So this is not a research. So this is only an idea or website that we may now able to help in doing your research. So these are some of the ICT tools that we may able to do and use for doing research. Thank you, sir.
Well, Dr. Ronald Espiculanan, our time is off now, so I'd like to thank so much to His Excellency Dr. Ronald Espiculanan for informative and interesting presentations about ICT. So have a good day, Dr. Ronald Espiculanan. See you.
Thank you very much to the speakers. Mr. Ronald, are you still there?
Yes, dear, I'm still here.
Yeah, sorry that we had some circumstances due
Technicalities.
to the electricity.
No
So
problem.
yeah, okay. We thank for all of your time,
You're
and
welcome, dear.
would you please to send us your presentations on email? So is it okay that we share your presentation to all the participants?
Sure, dear. I will give you through email.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Okay, you're
Yeah, and
welcome.
we hope you have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, and we are looking forward to see you in the real conference.
Okay.
Yeah, for the years. Thank you
Okay.
so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the next speakers is Professor Alex. Professor Alex, are you there? Professor Alex Kang from Vietnam. Are you there, sir? Um, to all participants, while waiting for the Professor Alex Kang, I'd like to beg to Pak Wilson for have a break time for a while. Thank you.
During this time, the body has been preserved, having been injected with a concoction made from special flowers and grasses. On occasions, they preserve the body for up to 20 years, until the family has been able to raise the body for burial. Officially, the funeral cannot begin placed in a small sanctuary on the Rente, the terrace where the ceremony would take place. Once the coffin has been carried in and placed on the catafalque, it begins its journey through the jungle, preceded by the women closest to the deceased, who hold a long red cloth as a symbol of the road that must be followed in order to reach Muhya. The short journey to the Rente is also the occasion for the neighbors who have not been invited to the burial to express their condolences to the family of the deceased. Meanwhile, Batu, the carpenter, Kete, is hurrying to the Tau Tau are paid for by the entire community. In the rock crevices around the region of Tanah Toraja, dozens of these human figures stare out from their wooden balconies on the cliff face, watching over the spirits. The figures are dressed and decorated with clothes and jewelry which belong to the deceased, and on occasion, the wigs are made from their real hair. It is a relatively recent custom which began in the 19th century, and the type of wood used is indicative of the social position of the dead person. But after so many years of funerals, there remain few rocks and escarpments in which to bury the bodies. Here, there are no mechanical excavators or pneumatic drills. Everything is done with hammer. It can take several months, determining the date on which the funeral can be held.
Vibrate little cat. For this work, Mayana's family will have to pay.
Ronald sudah ada.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Mr. Abbas. Welcome to the conference. We'd like to sorry that Professor Alex Kang is not here yet. So we will continue the seminar and back to the MC.
Yeah. All right. Once again, we say thank you for all of the keynote speakers in the first session. What a great presentation. And also thank you for our moderator, Mr. Girik Allo and Ms. Judith Ratu Tandiaran MPD. The Honorable ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the second session. And in this session, there are 5 keynote speakers also. And this session will be led by our moderator, Ibu Mersilina Luther Patentingan SS MPD. Ibu Mersilina Luther Patentingan SS MPD is a lecturer at Primary Teacher Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Kristen Indonesia Toraja. I invite Ibu Mersilina Luther Patentingan SS MPD to lead the second session. Time's yours.
Thank you, Miss or Madam Nilma. My voices is hearing now. You can
Yes.
hear? Okay, thank you.
Yes, it is clear.
Glad to see you, all of excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be a moderator in this second session. And for the first turn, I will give it to Madam Dr. Selvi Panggua, MPD. Okay, time is yours. Is Madam Selvi is here now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, time is yours, Miss.
Well, thank you so
By the way, are you great today? Are you
Sorry?
fine today?
Yes, I'm great. Thank you. And you?
I'm fine, thank you. Okay, please, Madam.
Well, thank you so much for this great opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for all the speakers, where, as we know, that some of the speakers today are different time zones with us in Indonesia, especially in Toraja. Well, so it is my privilege to be one of the speaker of this special occasions international webinar held by Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, Universitas Kristen Indonesia Toraja. So in this great opportunity, I'm going to share with you, with all the participants of this international webinar. This is a part of my big project, actually, that my big project is developing blended learning model for teaching speaking skills in the new normal era. Therefore, my presentation today, so I'm going to share my screen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, it's clear. You have 10 minutes for a presentation your paper, Miss.
Well,
Just
thank
for
you so much.
yes,
So,
information.
without further ado, I would like to begin my presentation um, entitled Teaching Speaking Skills in the New Normal Era, Challenges and Opportunities. I'm going to give you some questions that maybe become reflection questions for all of us as educator. So according to you all, what does the new normal mean? And the second question is, how would you embrace the new normal in your personal classroom practice? And what do you think? How long will the new normal last? And are we all, including me, ready for the new normal? And do we teach or educate our students? So to answer these questions, I'm going to play a short video. I hope it works. Excuse me, can you see my video? Sorry, can you see my video?
No.
Yes, madam.
And I
Yes.
apologize, Miss.
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't disappear. Thank you.
Can you see? No? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry for that. I'm going to continue.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry for that. So I'm going to resume the screen share. Okay, so actually I provided a video, but this is one of the shortage of uh, and, technology that we use in online teaching and learning activities. So today, this is the outline of my presentation. I'm going to share about the teaching, speaking skills in the new normal era. And then I'm going to share with you some opportunities and challenges in teaching speaking skills in higher education. And then I'm going to describe about the concept of blended learning or hybrid learning as already discussed also by Dr. Chris as the first speaker in this morning. And then I'm going to share with you the developing remote blended learning model in teaching speaking skills in higher educations, and the last is about conclusion and implication. Well, so in these few years, my research roadmap is talking about speaking skills. As we know that in teaching English as a foreign language, speaking skills is become one of the skills in English that not easy to be mastered. So in teaching speaking skills, of course, teachers should create speaking activities that will enable students to retrieval and use the language in class. And communicative speaking activities will give the students a real desire to speak and communicate purpose for doing so, as Harmer stated in 2012. And in promoting speaking skills, there are some activities that can be do by teacher in classroom. There are interviews, discussions, telling stories, making oral presentations, simulation, and role play. And those activities are best to do and, of course, evaluate by teacher by face-to-face. But in the new normal era, after the post-pandemic 19, COVID-19, where we have to make a social distancing, those activities are difficult to do regularly. And therefore, in my project, I'm going to use one of the learning model that is blended learning model as a solution for teaching English speaking skills. As Labov stated that the blended learning has become the key for college, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic and the need for social distancing. All the participants of this international webinar, of course, there are some challenges and opportunities in the teaching in the new normal era. As Chapai in 2020 reported in his research that a curriculum goals is to develop uh, preparedness competencies among the learners. When we talk about the curriculum content, there are challenges to whether or to integrate or reduce some of the content of the curriculum. And the next, of course, talking about approaches, talking about instructional approaches, mostly shifting to online modality should be considered in the light of different factors. And the next, of course, relating to evaluation. Some concerns related to assessment of learning present Hogan reminders for educators. And there are some also research result where said that face-to-face teaching and practices are limited in the new normal era, where speaking skills require more practice through direct communication, where communication is not merely through verbal communication. And digitalization strongly influences classroom culture. However, as we know that not all the educators or teachers are ready to use the technology in their teaching classroom. And the next challenge is information overloaded causes anxiety and reduces performance. where multitasking promoted by social media negatively influence concentrations of the students. And the next challenge of the teaching in the new normal era is the online learning can arise some health problems such as tired computer eyes, aching backs, and short attention spans, and maybe nervous bodies, but also offering holistic, mentally, and physically challenging learning experiences, as reported by Walter in 2012. Where this is my research result when I implement the teaching speaking skills online in this new normal era. Some students reported that they don't have, not all the students have smartphone because of the financial problem. And the next, also the challenge of unstable internet connection problem. And because some of the students also have problem in financial problem, so they have limited internet credit. The next is the lack or unfamiliarity of digital literacy or information technology. And some students also reported that they are not motivated to do their assignment individually. And some students reported that they lack of speaking practice with their peers. It is different to practice their English online with practicing directly or lively with their peers in classroom. And of course, also there is a challenge for lecturers where there is a limited time for lecturers to give feedback to their students' assignments. The next, despite of a challenge of teaching in the new normal era, there are some opportunities of the teaching in the new normal era. The first is, of course, we know that there is a changing places and space of learning, as while Mears in 2012 stated that nowadays the digital transformations opens entire new spaces of education and learning, where smartphones, tablets, and apps are becoming central media for informal learning. And of course, all lecturers maybe uh, use some platforms in their teaching activities. So there is an ending creativity stream of courseware in the teaching and learning process. The next, this is the opportunities according to the result of my research, that in the teaching speaking in the new normal era, students reported that, sorry, not students, but lecture of speaking reported that the using of variety of authentic materials in teaching speaking skills help the learners to be more familiar with the native speaker, where students' performance is improving significantly, as most of the lecture requires students to create their personal video of their speaking performance, and where the students have to upload their speaking performance on the YouTube channel. And this is also opportunity for the students to be more creative in doing their assignments, where also students reported that they have more flexible time in doing their assignment at home, and also opportunity to practice their speaking individually by watching the video or some YouTube channels that provided by the lecturers. The next opportunities in the teaching speaking skill in the new normal era, students get appreciations from public or viewers by accepting likes and subscribes, and also comments from their peers or for all the viewers who view their videos on YouTube channel. And of course, by watching the native speakers, this can help students also to improve their pronunciation. And next, there is also an improvement on their vocabulary, as well as their self-confidence and their self-esteem are increasing. The next opportunities also, digital literate competence is increasing, where lecturers use variety teaching and learning platforms and applications. Where, as I stated before, that this is a part of my big project in developing blended learning model in teaching speaking skills. So I would like to share with you the concept of blended learning, as Dr. Chris this morning also a little bit discussed about the hybrid learning or blended learning. So blended learning or hybrid learning is an educational approach in which students learn through electronic and online media, as well as traditional face-to-face teaching. So there is a combination between teaching online and face-to-face, but it's depend on the lecture, whether 30 to 80% about maybe 30 to 80% of online learning, and the rest of them is face-to-face teaching and learning. And the next, in blended learning, it allows instructors to play to the strengths of both online and in-person course delivery. So blended learning will become the norm and less of an exception, even when students return to college campuses, as the Education Minister of Indonesia, Bapak Nadiem Makarim, has stated that online learning will become permanent in higher education. Why I choose blended learning is the key for new normal teaching, especially teaching and learning speaking, as we know that students at college now are mostly IZ or the Z generation, where based on research reported that nearly 80% of them own a smartphone. So every aspect of their lives is linked to technology, creating a highly collaborative community-based mindset. And they are less willing to tolerate the traditional sage on a stage style of teaching. And at their best, blended learning environments provide opportunities for deeper and more meaningful learning experiences. There are some models of blended learning. Actually, some researchers reported that there are 12 models of blended learning, but here I only put 6 models of blended learning that maybe you can read it later when I share this PowerPoint presentation. But I will focus on one of the model of blended learning to develop in the teaching of speaking skills, that is remote or enriched virtual blended learning. What is remote or enriched virtual blended learning? Here it is. You can see that there is synchronous instructions and asynchronous work, where there is still opportunity of collaborative experiences, and also there is an adaptive tools. Here a little bit explanation about what is synchronous instructions.
Sorry, I apologize, Mrs.
Sorry.
Selvi. Your time's around 3 minutes left.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Thank you.
A reminder. In short, I would like to say that synchronous instruction is defined as live interaction between the teacher and the students or students each day at a scheduled time. While asynchronous instructions occurs daily and serves as a complement to a daily synchronous instructions. Asynchronous learning refers to instructions and learning opportunities that do not feature students and teachers interacting at the same time, but students are enabled to work at their own pace so they can learn the same material at different time independently. Well, yes. So as I stated before that, this is part of my big project developing a remote blended learning model for the teaching speaking skills. Before developing, of course, researchers have to know first the specific learning goals and then formulate the key skills and concepts students need to master by the end of the course, and then develop the material, activities, and assessments. And then lecturers have to understand well the prior knowledge of their students and their comfort with technology and which learning accommodation they need. And then the lecturer decided the right technology to help accomplish the objectives. So the conclusion and implications. So I would like to say that there are some challenges and opportunities in teaching speaking skills in the new normal era, especially for those who teach English as a foreign language or who learn English as a foreign language. In blended learning model is the key solution for a better teaching of speaking skills, where in this model, lecturer can combine online learning and face-to-face teaching and learning process, where students can have opportunity to practice their speaking skills. And the implication of this study that there is a need of research on developing blended learning model on the teaching of speaking skills. So I think this is the end of my presentations. Thank you very much for your attentions, and please feel free to give any comments or questions. So this is the end of my presentation.
Okay, big thanks for your presentation, Mrs. Selfie. Thank you for your sharing for today. Anyway, because the time is over, so we directly continue to the next speaker is Mr. or Mrs. Dr. Amitabh Vikram Dwivedi. Is it correct?
Yeah,
Well,
good morning, and I'm
good
ready with
morning,
my
sir.
presentation. I'm
Yes.
sharing the slides so that everyone will be able to see that.
Okay.
And should I
Sir.
start my presentation?
Yes, you may start it. Time is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. The topic of my presentation is teaching online semantics in multilingual classrooms, some insight to meaningful reception of language. So when it comes to Asian countries, most of the Asian countries, they are bilingual as well as some of them are multilinguals. And English is a second language and not the mother language. So considering that we have multilingual classrooms, and in the classrooms there are different students who speak different languages within a country. For example, like I belong to India, and in India there are more than 600 languages they are spoken. So in a classroom, you will find multilingual students, and how to teach semantics specifically. Now, those who do not know the meaning of semantics, or they are not aware of this new field, then semantic is the study of meaning of individual words, phrases, and sentences. Under linguistics, we study semantics, and semantics deals with the study of meaning, how something comes into being. When we communicate to each other, or when we converse with each other, then we are quite sure that if it is not meaningful and if it is not appropriate, then we will find it absurd, we find it bizarre. So the point is like how effectively we can convey meaning and understand meaning. Because when it comes to LSRW skills, our focus is on meaning, whether we are comprehending the meaning or whether we are conveying the meaning effectively or not. Now, when it comes to meaning, then incidentally, Noam Chomsky's name comes into my mind, because in his book Syntactic Structure, published in 1957, Noam Chomsky used this sentence, colorless green ideas sleep furiously. Now, there are two issues which I want to address with this sentence. If you look at this sentence, you will find it perfectly grammatical. There is no problem in that. But if I ask whether this is appropriate, then you will question, no, it's not appropriate. And why it is not appropriate? Because something is green cannot be colorless, and even even something is green and ideas cannot be green, and even ideas cannot sleep, and even someone sleeps, then someone can't sleep furiously. So each word here is contradicting each other. So this is perfectly grammatical. There is no problem in the grammar, but the meaning it is not conveying, because it is out of the context. It is something something absurd. So when we teach meaning, then we need to keep in mind that it should be grammatical. That is the first thing. That is the first criteria. At the same time, it must be appropriate. Uh, when we talk about this meaningfulness and how language is structured, particularly when it comes to English language, and we know that English is a subject verb object language, then this Frege's principle of compositionality also comes into being. Now we need to understand that there is a difference, because generally in the second language learning classes we teach active and passive, though there is no uh, immediate requirement to teach active and passive or how to convert active from passive. But it's still like it's a fashion, or it's like it's a routine or a tradition that we teach active and passive voice as well in our classrooms. So now, again, the thing is, like, first we need to discuss what is this principle of compositionality. So it says that the meaning of a sentence clearly depends upon at least two other things: the meaning of the words in the sentence and the grammatical structure of the sentence. The bottom line is, someone who wants to speak English clearly, someone who wants to convey a meaning effectively, then the person needs to know the individual meaning and how they are organized to make an utterance of sentence. But here, incidentally, like I have two sentences or utterances, like the dog bit the postman, and the passive voice is the postman was bitten by the dog. Now the problem is, like, the dog is the logical subject and postman is the uh, dog is the logical subject as well as the grammatical subject, and the postman is the grammatical object as well as the logical object. But when we convert this into a passive voice, then the grammatical subject becomes the logical object. For example, the postman was bitten by the dog, and the dog, that is the grammatical object, uh, becomes the logical subject. So this thing is there, that we need to understand that what is a grammatical subject and what is a logical subject, what is a grammatical object and what is a grammatical uh, object as well. So these are the things we need to keep in mind, particularly when we are teaching second language learners, because meaning wise or structure wise they are quite contrary, but meaning wise they are same. So this is one thing, that we need to understand the individual word of the meaning as well as how they are composed in a meaningful utterance or sentence. That is also important. And when it comes to a text, because I use this text, colorless green ideas sleep furiously, and many of you or almost all of you might find this is a bizarre and absurd utterance. And why is it so? Because text comes into being. Because whatever we say, we need an appropriate context, and if it is out of the context and it is not falling into an knowable context, then it's like quite absurd for us. It is meaningless for us. And when a text converts into when a text falls into a knowable context, then automatically that particular text becomes a discourse. In other terms, Mikhail Bakhtin at one place describes discourse as a concrete living totality, because something that is said to us and we use our whole knowledge of that particular language, particularly the situational competence we use in order to find out what is said uh, by whom and in what context. So one thing is, like, the context plays an important role. Now, here again, there is a problem in the Frege's principle of compositionality that we need to understand, because when there is an utterance like "she loves me more than you," now this sentence or utterance is ambiguous. And why I'm saying that this is ambiguous, because "you" has more than one meaning. One meaning is like "she loves me more than you love me," and other meaning is like "she loves me more than she loves you." So here "you," because we know that "you" we can use as a logical subject as well as logical object, and this entire thing becomes ambiguous. But the problem in the Frege's principle of compositionality, that it simply says the meaning of a sentence clearly depends upon at least two other things: the meaning of the word in the sentence and the grammatical structure of the sentence. Now, the problem is like it doesn't deal with the ambiguity of a sentence. And here, because of this one word, because this one word can be used as subject and object as well, this entire utterance becomes ambiguous. So we need to think of other things than the principle of compositionality that can deal with such type of issues. Um, now, let's say there is a very famous anecdote in this language puzzle, and particularly it deals with the semantic standpoint. And the anecdote goes like this: that the father and the son are riding a car. They get into a car accident. The father dies, and the son is rushed to the emergency room of a nearby hospital. The doctor comes in and says, "I can't operate on this boy. He is my son." Now the point is like when the father is dead, then and doctor is saying he is my son. And in many Asian countries, we have specific concepts related to specific words. For example, the concept of nurse is associated with some female figure. The concept of doctor, that is associated with a male figure. So we need to break these stereotypes, because here he is my son and actually doctor is the mother. So we also have a concept of prototypes, and when we teach semantics, then we need to find out like which one is the closest meaning associated and which one is very far. But we need to teach our students all the meanings which are associated with a particular word, so that there might be a very less chances for any confusion. So again, to elaborate the concept of prototypes, I have selected these 4 sentences, and these sentences are like, strictly speaking, an ostrich is a bird. Strictly speaking, a robin is a bird. Technically, a whale is a mammal. Technically, a dolphin is a fish. Now, you will find that 1 and 3 are quite appropriate, because we know that ostrich is a bird. We are saying strictly speaking an ostrich is a bird because ostrich is the bird, but we can't see ostrich so often. But robin is so often, that we know that why you are providing this information to us, because everybody knows that robin is a bird, but an ostrich is a bird. Similarly, like a penguin is a bird. So because we don't see them and they are quite far in the category of prototype related to the meaning of a bird, that's why it is appropriate to say strictly speaking an ostrich is a bird, and technically a whale is a mammal, a dolphin is a fish, because dolphin is a fish is like a very general and very near meaning that is associated with the definition of fish, and dolphin quite qualifies this definition. So we need to understand that appropriate use of expressions like strictly speaking and technically is partly determined prototypically of goodness of the category of membership. So in a category of bird, we have thousands of birds, but certain birds they are quite close to that prototype of the image that we have of a bird, and certain they are quite far, like ostrich and penguin. So we also need to keep this concept of prototypes in our mind once we are dealing with or teaching students the meaningfulness of a particular word. So what is the solution? The solution is like lexical semantics, and what are the aims of lexical semantics? To represent the meaning of each word in the language. That is one thing. And second thing is to show how the meanings of the word in the language are interlinked. For example, I saw my father just now. So now it's quite clear. I is the speaker. When someone says like I saw my father just now, then I am the speaker, and my father, it's a man, and the semantic component element that is related to that, it's a man I am talking about. Then we have certain utterances from which so a conclusion can be drawn. And what type of thing is this in semantics? This is known as the principle of entailment. For example, if there is an utterance like my manager has just been murdered, then this entire sentence entails that my firm manager is dead. That is one thing, because someone who has been murdered, that means that person is no more. At the same time, we have an inference. That what is that inference? My firm will be getting a new manager, because work doesn't stop whether someone is alive or dead. So this is the inference that we can make. So now once we read something, whether you are teaching poetry, prose, essay, then you need to teach 2 types of meaning that are associated with a particular utterance or sentence. And what is that? First thing is the immediate meaning, what it entails, and second thing is what it infers. So generally, most of the time, English teachers, they stop what it entails, and they do not go beyond with this entailment. So we need to go beyond entailment and try to find out what it infers, because that is more important. Similarly, John has failed his linguistic exams, and what it entails that John has not passed his linguistic exam, but what it infers, John can't bank on a glittering career as a linguist. So similarly, we have a concept of word in semantics, and that concept of word is known as lemma, because Samuel Johnson in the first dictionary, a standard dictionary of the English language, uses the infinitive, the entry form, to walk, as lemma. So lemma is that type of form that is very basic, like to go, to walk, particularly when it comes to verb. And it inflects, and we have different, like walking is one, walked is another. So we need to understand like what is the main lexeme and how it inflects to make another. So inflection and derivation, they also play an important role in order to understand the meaning of particularly a second language. So we have also a concept of homonyms. And what are homonyms? Homonyms are unrelated senses of the same phonological word. So here lap, so lap means a circuit of a course. At the same time, lap also means part of the body when sitting down. So here the spelling is same, pronunciation is same, but the meaning is different. Similarly, ring and ring. Here spelling is not same, but pronunciation is same. So again, it falls under homonyms. So similarly, like knot and knot, one knot is your negative and another knot is your a loop, fastening made by looping a piece of string. So homonyms, that is also a category that we can teach very effectively using some practical examples during the class. Similarly, we have different semantic relations that we can also touch upon once we are dealing with the meaningfulness of individual word, as well as how these individual words, they make a phrase, clause, or sentence. So what type of relationships are like? We have heterograph or homonyms. So again, homonyms is a term that is for homograph as well as for homophones as well. So when it comes to homophones, that means like you have similar sound and different spelling. When it is homograph, then you have similar graph, like similar spelling, but they are pronounced differently. Heterograph, hetero means different, so different different writing that you have. Then you have the concept of capitonym, like if the first letter of the word is capital, then you have different meaning. For example, march is a verb, like the army marched towards the island, and March is also the name of the month. So likewise, these are different concepts that we can also introduce once we are dealing with semantics in our class. So we have another very popular concept that is known as synonymy, but synonymy is again of many types. Like you have a synonymy based on dialects. For example, like boy is one word and lad is another word. For example, lawyer is one terminology, attorney is another terminology, toilet is another, lavatory is another. So that type of synonymy is also there. We have, for example, then one synonym is that is associated with etymology. For example, in Old English, there is like a word like cloth, but there is a borrowing from the Latin, and that is like fabric that we have. Then one synonym is related to euphemism, like die is one thing, like someone is dead, and someone kicked the bucket. So that is like the mild way or indirect way of saying the same thing. So all such things are associated with synonymy that we have, and at the same time we have different register that is also associated with the synonymy. For example, we won't write in an academic paper that Milton says. We will say Milton states, or Milton argues, Milton claims. So these type of words, they are related to register. Register of academic writing is different than the colloquial way we speak. So all those things we can include. Similarly, we have this concept of antonymy as well, and in antonymy we have this complementary pairs, binary pairs, gradable, non-gradable, reverse, converse, all such type of thing is there. So this is a conceptual conceptual thing that we can include in our teaching once we are teaching English language, whether we are teaching to a primary, secondary, or advanced level. But these things are very much relevant. And we also have a concept of hyponymy, that is relation of inclusion, like dog and cat, they are hyponyms of animal. Then we have a hypernym, that is sister and mother are hyponyms of women. And you have a gradation, like a hammer is very closely associated with the tool, then the jigsaw. and jigsaw, we have different parts that we have. So these type of things are associated with meaningfulness. And we have also a relationship of meronomy, that is the part and whole relationship. Again, like we have a car, and car has an engine, and engine has various parts. So like part and whole relationship are associated with that. So all those things we can include once we teach a second language, particularly vocabulary, once we are teaching student different words, different registers, and how these things are used. So thank you for your time and listening to me. And this is the end of my presentation. And if you have any doubt, please raise your doubt, because I think I have a couple of minutes so I can address the doubts as well.
Well, big applause for Mr. Amitabh. Thank you for a great presentation. Uh, for just information, we just have 1 minute remains. I just have two questions from our friends, our audience about your slide, Mr. Amitabh. I don't know in what is it, and one of your slides said the dog bite some blah blah blah, and Mr. Mami, is it correct? Mr. Jimmy said, I'm a little bit confused about this sentence. Can you explain it? Thank you. There's your slide said the dog bites some blah blah blah.
It
Can
was
you
bitten.
explain
It
about
was bitten. Yeah, it is not. It was
bitten?
bit
I
and
see.
bitten. Fine. So it's like
Okay.
a typographical error. It was bitten. It was not bit. So please read that. It was the dog. The postman was bitten by the dog, like this.
Bitten. Okay,
So
Mrs.
that's a typographical error. So don't confuse with that.
It's just a type. Okay. Typo. Thank you, Mr. Amitabh. There is a question from Mr. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Mr. Nadim Abbas, but I'm a big apologize because we have in overtime. So would you like to answer it, Mr. Amitabh, on the chat box
Okay.
only?
Let me read the chat box.
Yes, from
I
Nadim
understand
Abbas.
that part, Mr. Abbas. Insights are different from giving us theories. What are the insights that you would like to share with us to be exact? The insight is like how can you use these things actually in your classroom? Because as I said, like these things are quite theoretical. So something becomes insightful because knowledge has two dimensions. One knowledge is that acquired knowledge, and another dimension of that knowledge is realized knowledge. So how can you make this knowledge realized to your speakers, to your students? Because now acquisition doesn't work if they can't use these things in their real life, if they do not understand these concepts in real life and simply cram this information, then this is of no use. So insight is and the onus is on the teacher, that how you can transfer this acquired knowledge into the realized knowledge, and then it will become insightful. So that's why I have used the word insight. I think I have answered your question.
Yes, thank you. A big plus. Thank you, Amitabh. Time is over for this session. I mean for Mr. Amitabh turn. So we continue to the next turn for Mr. Dr. Suvik Ganguly. Is Mr. Suvik is here now? Thank you very much. A big applause for Mr. Amitabh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Amitabh, for your sharing today. A great share for us, all of us. And now we will continue to Mr. Dr. Sovik Ganguly. Are you there? Are you there, Mr. Sovik? Okay, we're waiting for a while for Mr. Suvik. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, first of all, Mr. Suvik, we have with us another speaker, have about 11 or 30 minutes for presentate and 7 minutes for asking our discussion. Time is yours, sir. Sir, can you unmute? Can you unmute, sir? Suvik Ganguly? Cannot hear your voice.
Yeah, now it's audible?
Yes, okay.
Okay,
It's
okay, fine.
clearly now. Okay, time is
Okay.
yours, sir.
Yeah. So I'll be presenting on the challenges in the online education platform from the student perspective as well as from the teacher's perspective. And correspondingly, we'll discuss their remedial measures as well. Myself, Dr. Shovik Ganguly, I'm an assistant professor serving in the Department of Electrical and Instrumentation Engineering at Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala, Punjab. So basically, I have kept the challenges or uh, with respect to the students and teachers' perspective, because all of us in this pandemic situation are delivering online. So obviously, the impact is on what are the difficulties that we are facing, what are the challenges, or what are the obstacles that we are facing today, and how to overcome these challenges. So absolutely in tune with the theme of your international webinar. So I'll be discussing about a few challenges and uh, few remedial measures that we can do or follow or to overcome these sort of challenges. So the expansion of the internet and the accessibility and the global pandemic situation along with it has led to an increase in the demand for the online learning across the world. We all know that online is attracting more and more students for better learning experiences, but many of them are encountering some challenges that can cause hindrance in their learning. The benefits are getting suppressed by the challenges or the obstacles during the learning process. So today's talk will be on some of the challenges. I shouldn't say that we will cover everything. And it will cover some of the challenges faced by the students and the teachers along with their suggestions how to overcome them. So let me go to the next slide. Yeah. So talking about some of the challenges that we are going to take up, the first thing is adaptability. Students find it difficult to adapt to an online environment immediately after the traditional uh, classroom teaching. This we have already experienced that, because I have been teaching in the first year course of Principles of Electrical Engineering to the school living students only. So due to this sudden change, they are not being able to adapt to this computer-based learning. And students who have always been studying in this traditional classroom mindset are not being able to focus on the online platforms. So it is very important for them to accept this new learning environment with an open mind. Nowadays, we talk about adaptive learning, which applies the artificial intelligence-based tools to adjust the content according to the individual needs and their IQs. It also helps in providing a personalized courses to identify their strengths and weaknesses for better learning outcomes. Coming to the next point, that is a technical issues. Many students are not well equipped with the high-speed internet connection that is required for online learning. And due to this, they are facing problems in going live for virtual learning and other platforms that require internet connection. So consequently, they are facing some technical issues and they are not being able to get aware, or they are not very much aware of the technology and the computer applications. A slow and a high internet connection can play an important role in how quickly you can attend the class and do not miss any of the live sessions. So there is a possibility of poor connectivity if you find it difficult in downloading some information related to subjects, some videos they keep on streaming like that. So these challenges, these technical issues may be associated with the low speed internet connection. So we may find that a high speed internet connection uh, be will will be able to overcome this particular problem. And now where you can get technical support for your connection and other technical issues related to the software tools for effective learning can be resolved. Coming to the next point is a computer knowledge. Lack of computer education is a major concern in today's world, especially in countries like India. And there are students in our country who still cannot operate basic computers with MS Word or PowerPoint like that. And whenever some technical issues emerge, they find it difficult to solve or resolve that particular problem in such a scenario. So they are facing some difficulties with the live classes, usage of appropriate icons, MS Office, communication related apps, websites, browsing study materials too. Sometimes they do not know the technology proficiency, like how to log in, how to attend the live classes, how to create or submit a work or an assignment, communicating with teachers as well as with the friends. So students should be provided some good access to support these devices that can help them to solve their technical problems like calling or emailing or using the live chat. And students should also pay attention to their instructors during their process for solving these issues. Next is the time management. In many cases, students are usually facing this particular difficulty in managing their time with online learning. And online learning is completely new for them, and that requires some intensive work. They need a schedule planner to manage their time, uh, in an effective way. And online learning provides flexible time, unlike traditional classrooms. But some are facing difficulties in adjusting to the time required for online learning. Yeah, any problem in the audibility issues? We'll get back to the questions at the end. Yeah. So coming to the time management problem, we should try to avoid the distractions that can affect our learning. And this is from the student perspective, of course. It needs time and effort for better learning outcomes. The students should know the factors that can affect their timings during the learning process. They should also create some or prepare some list of activities on a day-to-day basis. Try to break down the large activities into smaller ones for better learning outcomes. And they must also manage time during the online learning by taking help from their parents, friends, or family members, so that they are not missing any online lectures, and at the same time the work is done. uh, Avoiding the multitasking. They're trying to avoid to take up some of the multitasks at the same time, trying to take up many tasks at the same time, complete one task at a time. That would be preferable for them to make their work more productive, more effective. And last point over here regarding the challenges that we want to discuss is the self-motivation. So students have started losing hope once they find difficulty in online learning. This is the thing which we have encountered in our classes too sometimes. And it requires motivation to complete tasks and engage students with their learning. And lack of motivation is a common challenge to almost most of the students, at least. So my advice will be to involve yourself. You should show up for all the activities and learning during the sessions. Make sure that you log in every day, check for the status, appear in all the sessions and discussions, connect with your friends and teachers for asking and sharing information. Schedule time for learning. You must stick to a study plan for effective learning. and take a break and resume back to learning with the same amount of interest and enthusiasm. This is equally important. Staying positive, make sure that you are positive towards your online learning. Make use of the time in the best possible way and gain knowledge for better learning outcomes. So this is about this particular slide. Let me move ahead for some more. Of course, learning from home is really a new experience for everyone. So students might expect things around them to be like a school or a college campus, but at home things are usually different. With online learning, the students have to manage everything in one room with their parents around them. uh, Students can easily get distracted by small things that are taking place in the home. So the students should inform their parents and friends about the time for their online classes so that there will be no distractions from their side. They have to restrict others to come, not to come to their near their study area during the live sessions or the video calls. The students should make sure to relax also in the breaks in the timetable, as in this way they can concentrate better and on their learning and spend quality time with their friends and family as well. Coming to the learning style, every student has a different way of learning, but most of the students have learned usually in their physical classrooms. So online learning can make them adapt to different styles of learning. So there are some students who can adapt to these styles very quickly, but what about the students who need some time? In such cases, they can get a lack of concentration, inability to understand in the live classes. They may face difficulty in creating projects and assignments, adapting to the new technologies. So to get better learning outcomes, obviously it is important to understand the learning styles. The student can learn better through interaction, through visual presentations, through audio classes or written notes as well. They should follow their own learning style that helps them enhancing their learning experiences. Next thing is communication. Students often lack effective communication skills in online learning process. The teachers, they usually give their assignments for improving their reading and writing skills, but there is a possibility that that might not be able to write convincingly, that educators often understand the concept behind their assignments. There are also some students who feel shy to communicate with their teachers and friends due to their new model of learning. It might happen that due to the lack of interest, poor technological skills with apps and video calls, or unable to express themselves via live chats or emails or text messages. So these type of things can take place. The students can should become aware of the importance of the communication for better learning process, of course. And the online learning will enhance their learning experiences. It provides a platform for communication and interaction with others. In this way, the students will be able to learn from them and improve their knowledge and skills. If they have any issues related to communication, they should seek help from their teachers or their friends. They can ask even for some tools that can help them to improve their communication skills. Uh, we usually read, write, and interact for better communication.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah,
Your
please.
time is left 3 minutes more. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. So I need to skip few. Let me go to the part where teacher engagement is there, where the challenges are often being faced by us even. And as education is going online, so many educators are being asked to teach their students from their homes. We know that all the teachers are not aware of the online platforms and their processes, and most of them are accustomed to the traditional classroom teaching. So it sometimes makes it difficult for them to change their way of teaching. And proper online teaching should be given to the teachers before they train the students. With all the benefits of online, there are still few challenges which you'd like to discuss out here. Engagement of students or engaging students. As students are moving towards online learning from their traditional classrooms, it becomes difficult for the teachers to adjust to this new platform as well. So teaching online may not influence and engage students for a longer period of time. They may easily get distracted and lose concentration during the live sessions as well. So we need to understand that online learning has a lot of advantages with respect to the tools and the interesting platforms. To engage students in learning, try to include those tools and multiple types of learning approaches such as podcasts, videos, even teaching channels, various forms of texts through articles and blogs, different assessment methods, and in the form of tests, some quizzes, some assignments, some projects, so learning activities and the collaboration for better learning outcomes. Coming to the time commitment, of course, if the course content is taught in person, it might not, we might not really understand the time commitment. It is still difficult to convert this learning into effective online format. The students should be given some time for proper planning of the content and methods to deliver to the students. Teachers are usually not able to deliver in an effective manner within a stipulated amount of time. So using a friendly tone for communicating with the students will establish some rapport with the students. And you can set some reminders for assignments or projects in your learning management system as well. Send it to your students 1 week prior to the submission deadline. So more communication mostly we have discussed. Let me go into the assessment part directly. So assessment is another most important thing in the online platform for students as well as for the teachers, as it causes some stress to the students at times. So whenever there are assignments or projects, the teacher might face a lot of questions from the students. As there is a less communication between students and teachers, expectation from the students' performance will also differ. Students are likely to experience less homework, less assignments, and lack of examination at times. So these are causing some difficulties for the teachers regarding their assessments as well. So we must understand that the types of questions that the students might ask or prepare some frequently asked questions uh, for the common questions that are being raised by the students, and make sure that we give proper assignments and conduct tests at regular intervals to create or maintain the interest on the subject. Some feedback mechanism, of course, some feedback mechanisms must be there. Few students get
Excuse me,
benefited
sir.
from,
Time is
yeah.
over.
Okay. So should I wind it up? This was my last slide. Should I take 1 or 2 minutes? Should I take 1 or 2 minutes on the learning slide, or should I take the questions directly?
Okay, you may please.
Yeah, I can't hear from the other side. Should I take the questions directly?
Yes,
Okay.
we have one question from Ulan Indah.
Okay.
Yes, she asking about there is a difference between online teaching and remote, I mean, online learning or remote learning, sir, and what they are, what the advantage or disadvantage about that.
Remote learning, I don't follow what you understand by remote learning, because right now we are teaching a group of 60 students, say, for example, and they are placed at remote locations. They are not in our campus right now. They are the first year students. They have not seen the campus yet. They have taken the admission and they have been attending my classes since September, I suppose. So we are almost at 30 classes are almost over for them, and they are interacting with me. They are and we are engaging some extra hours. They are putting a lot of effort in assignments or something of that sort. So they are also a part of remote learning, because few people are residing in the southern part of the country, few are there in the northern part. Few people are, although they are local day scholars, but they are still not allowed to enter into the campus due to the COVID-19 situation. So right now there is no difference between what we say as online learning or remote learning or distance learning. It has got mixed up now, at this point of time due to the pandemic situation. We are not having the first year students at the campus right now. We have only the final year students. They were being called for appearing in the offline exams. That's it. So at this point of time,
Yes, thank you.
we are not differentiating between remote and online teaching methods. Yeah. Any other questions if you have, please?
I think it's enough.
Okay,
There
thank
isn't
you.
anymore. Okay,
Oh,
thank you very much,
yeah.
Mr. Suvik Ganguly, for this. Thank you very much, Mr. Suvik Ganguly, for your great knowledge for us. Okay, I think we are reaching off break time. Is it correct, Mrs. Nilma?
Yes,
Yes.
Mrs. Marcelina.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for our moderator, Mrs. Marcelina. And thank you for all of the speakers in the second session. And there are two keynote speakers more will be presented their presentation in this second session after the break time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before continue our conference today, we will have a break time for an hour and we will continue this event on 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
Check.
It's been 3 months since Mayana died, and finally everything is ready for the funeral ceremony.
During this time, the body has been preserved, having been injected with a concoction made from special flowers and grasses. On occasions, they preserve the body for up to 20 years, until the family has been able to raise the money. Tanah Toraja, a hidden paradise in South Sulawesi, Indonesia. A landscape with mountains that offer millions of beauty and timeless ancestral traditions. Here is the land of the king resides. Tanah Toraja, a mountainous area located 190 miles north from Makassar, the capital of South Sulawesi. With population of 200,000 people and with Makale as the capital city, the people of Tanah Toraja still maintain traditions from ancestral from time to time in centuries. This is one of the uniqueness of Toraja people that attract the attention of the world. In this place, thousands of traditional Toraja houses, bangkonan, still standing strong. The beauty of the landscape of the rocky hills and paddy fields still remain. The noble and sacred funeral ceremonies can be seen year-round. Or you can visit Toraja community funeral sites placed on beautiful cliffs, such as in Lemon, Suaya, or Tapak Alam. From the top of the hills, we can see the beauty of Tanah Toraja, like Pango-Pango on Butuh Burake Hills. Jesus Christ statue stands, one of the highest Christ statue in Indonesia, standing beautifully at Butuh Burake. It takes you 30 minutes driving from the city. One of many hidden paradise in Tanah Toraja is Olon, a magnificent steps with warm sunshine, located 4 hours from Makale. You can enjoy the adventure by riding a motor train. We will pass a small village with population of no more than 300 people. This place offers adventure, beauty, peace, and serenity. Continue the journey to the Sarambu Asin waterfalls, an area which we can explore by trekking through tropical forest of Sulawesi. A 200-meter natural waterfalls completes the beauty of Tanah Toraja landscape. Explore the beauty of Tanah Toraja. See its beauty nature with the friendly smile and its rich traditions. Torayang Milo, the wonderful of Toraja land.
Okay, distinguished all the participants in this conference. Now we will continue our second session, and I invite our moderator, Mrs. Marcelina, to lead this second session. Time's yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Nilma. Good day, everyone. Well, we will continue for our um, session this time. And next turn for the next speaker two goes to Dr. Prasan S. Mot, MA, MP Hill, Net. Sorry for I'm correct spelling. Are you there, Mr.
Yes,
President?
yes, I am here.
Yes. Are you ready?
Thank you.
Are
Yeah,
you
yeah.
fine today?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, time is yours.
Thank you. Kindly allow me to share the slides.
Yes, you may.
Hope so my slides are visible now.
Yes, it's
Okay. Good
appears
morning from
now.
India.
Oh, good morning,
Nilma,
India.
yeah. Nilma ma'am, moderator Marcelina ma'am, my fellow
Yes.
presenters
Yeah.
Romel Tabula, Sparshgar, Afroza, Tina, my friends Dr. Mutmanna ma'am, Dr. Andy sir, faculty of teachers training and education, esteemed speakers and enthusiastic attendees across the globe. At the outset, I need to congratulate the entire faculty of teacher training and education, UKI, Indonesia, for organizing first international conference entitled Challenge, Obstacle and Educational Strategy in New Normal Era on 4th and 5th December 2020, and second for inviting internationally acclaimed academicians Chris Zita, Professor Alex, Dr. Amitabh, Romel Tabula, Sparshgar, Afrozer, Tina, and many more today and tomorrow to deliver their talks on various aspects of the webinar titled Challenge, Obstacle, and Educational Strategy in New Normal Era, which is the need of an hour in the present globalized